Can I just interject? It's Carol Brown. Sorry, sir. What we're seeing here is there's a howl round. If you've got two people with microphones active at the same time, it's just sending the same sound signal round and round and round. So if at all possible, if people can use either headphones or alternatively make sure their microphone is on mute when they're not speaking, that should resolve the issue.
I think I may have to just shut my laptop. Can you hear us?
I can, yes.
It's not us, I don't think.
Good morning, sir. I don't believe it's our end. I'll be putting us back on mute, but I don't believe it's at our end. I can't hear it now.
I'll just test to see if it's us. Can you hear us with any background noise?
There's a little bit of echo.
Tell you what, should be fine. Have you got a microphone on that? Dan?
Yeah, I can do it from in here.
No, I mean this is probably picking up from your laptop because if your microphone's on, it's picking this up.
Okay, let me just shut this
If you
down
shut that down,
completely
yeah.
and see if that makes a difference.
Can you hear us okay?
I think that's better, Mr. Ferguson.
Mute us for a minute, I've got an idea.
So it appears it's from your end where the microphone is. I'm not entirely sure why that's the case. I don't know whether it might be a case of logging out and logging back in from your perspective.
I will try. I'll try that. Okay. Bear with me.
Thank you, sir.
I'm hoping that's better.
That's done the trick, sir.
Thank you.
The
Yes.
wonders of modern technology. Okay, right. Just after 9:30 and the inquiry is reconvened. I'll start by saying hopefully we won't run into technological problems. If we do and we do lose people, we'll then go to at least the 5-minute adjournment and hope the party or me can come out and come back in again. So I think if we can all watch for each other's presence, because obviously there's a few distant people here and I need to make sure that everyone can hear and participate. So if I could ask for all your vigilance in keeping everyone together, thank you. Usual etiquette about mobile phones as well. I was going to start by asking the main parties for an update of where we are, because I did get a message on Wednesday to say there's revisions to the statement of common ground. So I don't know if Mr. Klinsky or Mr. Garvey, either of you wants to start.
May I, sir, please? Thank you very much. Good morning. That's right. And in terms of logistics, there is now an agreed statement of common ground. My understanding is that the final version, signed by Mr. Murray Cox and agreed by the authority, doesn't yet bear a physical signature, just because of the technicalities, but it's an agreed document, was sent to the case officer a few moments ago. I apologise you didn't see that. What I'd like to suggest, sir, there's two scenarios. I would like to explain what's happened, both for your benefit and also because I'm mindful of the fact that that there are interested parties who need to understand what process has happened and what is now being presented. That will take me 5 or 10 minutes. If this is a convenient course, may I do that? Obviously allow Mr. Garvey to comment at all on what I say, and then I would imagine that you would like to have a short adjournment to catch up with the document and to see how the document relates to what I have said, and then we can take stock of the practical implications of that for the remainder of the day. Does that sound a convenient course to take?
It does, Mr. Klinsky. There's a little bit of logistics in pins in terms of the document getting to me, and there's also, I'm sorry to say, staff availability today. So if I beg your pardon, it's despite my cynicism, it's just arrived. So ignore that comment. I'm very happy with that way of proceeding. So as long as Mr. Garvey has an opportunity to come in, of course, but I'm sure you do that as a matter of course anyway.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. We're content with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the position is that the parties have agreed a further statement of common ground, and I'd like to explain what has happened and why. And just to contextualise, the decision to refuse planning permission by the authority was taken in July 2022. It's common ground, so that at the inquiry, your task is to assess the viability position in current conditions. And to facilitate that, the parties have agreed a valuation date of the 31st of March 2023. It's clear, and it's common ground, that the viability position has become more challenging in that period. In other words, in the period July 2022 to the 31st of March 2023. Just by way of example, construction costs, which are agreed, have risen considerably. Interest rates have also risen, although there's a debate at the inquiry as to the extent to which they've yet had an effect on sales prices in the locality. Now, the parties have been discussing scenarios in order to assist the inspector to understand the impact on viability of the various matters which were being debated as contentious issues at the inquiry. And further discussions took place on Tuesday after the inquiry had adjourned. During those discussions, the appellants indicated that they were willing to make an in lieu financial contribution towards additional affordable housing of £75,000 in addition to the provision of 8 on-site shared ownership units reflecting the policy compliant dwelling mix in SD 27. And for the avoidance of doubt, that is 2 one-bedroom, 4 two-bedrooms and 2 three-bedrooms. There is an appraisal attached to the statement of common ground which records the basis on which the authority is now satisfied that this contribution reflects the most affordable housing that the scheme can bear at the agreed valuation date. Now, the inputs to that appraisal are as follows. It's based on the GDV, that's the sales values, advocated by Mr. Castle. Now, those are higher than those advocated by Mr. Spilsbury. It's based on sales and marketing costs of 3%. They've been adopted because, sir, as you'll recall, there was evidence that what drives this is the need for a show home, and there was evidence that this would actually be required irrespective of the breakdown between affordable and private units. It adopts the £1,000 rather than £850 for legal costs. That's based on the fact that the appellant has actually produced actual cost evidence on other schemes, and in any event, the difference between 850 and 1,000 is actually immaterial to the ultimate outcome of the appeal on all scenarios. And it also is based on the profit assumption of 18.5%, which was what was advocated by Mr. Castle. That's on the private units. It's common ground at 6% on the affordable housing. And it takes account of the additional contribution of £75,000. Sorry, that might have been the bit that wasn't agreed. Of £75,000, which obviously needs to be factored into the appraisal. So that you'll see that from that appraisal, the residual land value comes out at £1,084,460, which equates more or less exactly, it's slightly less than the authority's contention of benchmark land value, which, as you'll recall, is £1,086,250. So that is the basis on which the authority is satisfied that the new offer is robust. In order to be completely fair, I should make it clear that the appellant's expert, Mr. Spilsbury, does not necessarily, or perhaps at all, agree that those assumptions, that the three key assumptions of GDV, profit, and benchmark land value are correct. But what's clear from this appraisal is that the debate between him and Mr. Castle as where we are over those inputs is now moot, given the conclusion of the appraisal attached to the statement of common ground. So the parties have adopted the pragmatic approach of not concerning the inquiry with debates that aren't meaningful in terms of the outcome of the viability assessment. And so that's what's recorded in the new statement of common ground. And the implications of that, as is also recorded in the new statement of common ground, is as follows. And this is, I'm going to just read out what paragraph 1.6 of the statement of common ground now records. The parties agree that the proposal accords with the development plan as a whole, including policy ST28, given the exceptional economic conditions which exist at the agreed valuation date of the 31st of March 2023. Consequently, the appellants have agreed to shorten the time limit for commencement of the scheme to 2 years, and for proposed condition 1 to be varied accordingly. Now, that's something we can discuss, but that's recorded in the statement of common ground. And in these circumstances, the authority accepts, sir, that you should give significant weight to the viability appraisals and determine the appeal on that basis. And on that basis, so in terms of mechanics, what that means is that a revised section 106 will need to be prepared, because the version you have is more complicated because it has the additional affordable housing, but it also doesn't have the in lieu. So we'll need to discuss how to timetable that. But the position is that I hope that encapsulation explains the position. There's one additional point in the statement of common ground on the appeal plans, which I'll perhaps allow Mr. Garvey to cover, or you can read for yourself in the statement. But the short point is that this new appraisal means that the authority is now satisfied that reason for refusal 1 has been overcome in the light of the additional contribution to which the appellants are now offering.
Thank you, Mr. Kalinsky. Mr. Garvey, would you like to make any comments?
Thank you, sir. We agree with everything that's just been said, so we're grateful to Mr. Kalinsky, KC. There is a point about the plans for approval, sir. Shall I address you now on that point?
Yeah, by all means, yes.
Of course, I appreciate you're somewhat on the spot, and as much as there's a lot that's been agreed that you obviously aren't privy to. But in respect to the tenure plan, just to help you with the chronology of this point, when the application was determined, there was a tenure plan that was amongst the plans for approval, which showed which of the 8 units would be the affordable units. At the first case management conference, which was before your colleague, Sir Inspector Ayres, it was agreed between the parties that the appeal would be determined without that plan. And the reason for that was that the appellant wanted to have that flexibility that if the inspector was minded to determine the appeal with a higher number of affordable units, that wouldn't contradict a tenure plan. So we asked for the appeal to proceed without that tenure plan. But now, given the parties are actually agreed that the appeal can be determined on the basis of 8 affordable units, we'd ask that the appeal be determined with that tenure plan. So it is a plan that was at the application stage. And we just ask it to go back in simply because we may as well, now that we know that the 8 units are acceptable.
Mr. Kalinsky, your thoughts on that specific point?
So the council understands that and has no objection at all to it. It's precisely as Mr. Garvey said. It's been always common ground that the 8 units were the 8 units of the tenure mix. They were identified at the application stage. The reason that plan was taken out was inextricably linked to the flexibility of the blue pencil clause. We've now reached a position where the blue pencil clause is not in play, and so therefore it is logical and doesn't, in my submission, cause anybody any disadvantage to go back to the original position that is really part of the application, because it hasn't actually moved in practice at any moment. It was simply to facilitate additional flexibility if needed, and it now isn't.
Okay, let's just deal with that minor logistics point, and then we'll come on to the programme for the rest of the day. I think that would probably be best addressed by, if I could ask the appellants to revise the approved plans condition with that highlighted, so that's clear, that's the procedure. The legal agreement would need to be amended, and I'm happy about 2-3 week timescale for that submission, so we can come on to that later. I would like a moment to look through the statement of common ground. So that's probably, I can probably do that hopefully within 10 minutes. I tend to be able to read and digest quite quickly. And then if I'm happy with that, then perhaps we'll move straight on to the round table on planning matters. Mr. Garvey, is that fair way of proceeding?
So we're content with that. I think members of the public have been advertised the roundtable sessions at 11:30. So provided it doesn't cause the council any concern that we're moving it forward, we're fine with that. Just on conditions in 106, I think there'll be 2 changes to the conditions as a consequence of this agreement. The first will be the plans for approval. We'll put this tenure plan back in. And then the other change would be the implementation condition, which would now, it was the default period of 3 years, would now invite that to be reduced down to 2 years in light of the agreement that the parties have reached. On the Section 106 agreement, sir, the 106 agreement will now be substantial. When you've seen it, sir, you'll have seen it's got clauses in there which cater for the flexibility of the number of units going up. Now that the parties are content it can be fixed at 8 units, we're just going to be streamlining the document, so a lot of that would come out, and then we'll put in the payment of the £75,000. So we imagine it's going to be uncontroversial and relatively straightforward. But as we sit here today, that agreement is still being drafted because just resources that parties are doing with that. So in terms of how we deal with that, I've got 2 suggestions as to how we proceed with the 106. Shall I share them with you now?
Yes, please.
Thanks. So the first way of dealing with it, and I think that it's fair to say this is the party's preference, subject to your approval, is that the parties will internally draft the agreement and share it amongst themselves to make sure that we're content with it. We then submit it to you, sir, and see if you have any comments to us on the amendments that will have been made, and subject to any comments you have, we would then ask for it to be. We'd have 2 weeks to actually circulate it and get it signed. So that envisages we'd have 2 weeks to submit the draft to PINS, then however long you want, sir, to review it and provide any comments on it without prejudice basis, and then we'd ask for 2 weeks subsequent to that to actually get it signed and back to you. That's, I think, the preference of the parties. If, sir, you wanted to come back on either 4th or 5th of July with the agreement, we can. We're happy to do that, but albeit the parties think we can deal with it in writing.
That I'm happy, Mr. Garvey, with that process. We'll towards the end of this session, we'll confirm all the dates and procedure, and so. But I'm quite happy with the procedure as you suggest. So
Thanks, sir.
I take it, Mr. Klinsky, you're happy with that as well.
So yes, we are. When we come to the dates, there's one very small logistic point that I need to take account of Mr. Ferguson's leave, but we can deal with that.
Okay.
The principle is absolutely fine. The principle is absolutely fine.
Okay, you probably sense that I don't want to overly constrain you in terms of dates and deadlines. So we'll come on to that later on in the session. So let's park that, but I'm sure that's agreeable. I was going to come on to the legal agreement latterly, but I think it's a point that probably is best addressed at this stage. And I'll just start with the council, probably a question to Mr. Ferguson. In terms of the £75,000, have the council got schemes in the area that could go to?
Thank you, sir. Yes, it's a good question. On the basis that we are, as an authority, quite actively looking for sites for our Section 106 monies to go towards affordable housing, and indeed we are also supporting local communities on setting up community land trusts. So that's something that is also an avenue to explore. But we do have sites in the East Hampshire area that we are progressing at the moment.
So you wouldn't have any problems spending that, and it would also be in the locality?
That's right, sir, yes.
Mr. Garvey, do your team have any comments on the likelihood of being able to spend the money?
No, we've got nothing to add to Mr. Ferguson's knowledge on that side, sir.
Okay. Right, okay. Yeah, I think in terms of coming back to the conditions, Mr. Garvey, if I think we'll have the opportunity today then maybe to discuss them, but I think if both parties could agree the revised wording in the light of this statement of common ground and then forward that to the inspectorate, then I think that's probably the best way of proceeding.
Thank you. So we'll do that now. We'll send you that 10-year plan. It should be amongst the plans anyway because it was an application plan, but you might not readily have it to hand, sir. So we'll send it along with the revised conditions.
Okay. I think I, for the sake of completeness, should read this statement of common ground before we proceed. I'm fairly quick reader, so I suspect I can do it in 10 minutes. I'll just ask the council in terms of procedure and the planning round table, because irrespective of that, there's a few aspects that I do want to consider. Mr. Ferguson, are you happy to start a round table sort of 10:15-ish, something like that?
So the only thing, sorry, it's Mr. Kalinsky rather than Mr. Ferguson, sorry. The only thing that we just want to be sensitive to, so from our perspective, that's right. I think the way that interested persons were notified said the inquiry will resume at 9:30. We expect that the planning round table may occur around 11:30. So I noticed there are members of the public, interested persons on the call, but my slight concern, and I apologise if this causes difficulty, but my slight concern is to make sure that if we have that round table, there isn't somebody that's joining at 11:30 and wanting to participate in it, and I don't have a sense of whether of the extent to which there is a danger of that.
Okay, on that basis, let's do the round table at 11:30. I will read this, and we'll reconvene, say, at 10:30, when we'll talk about timescales for submission, any other aspects on the legal agreement and conditions, and then we'll go to a round table at 11:30, and then after that, closings. How does that seem?
So we're content with that. Do you envisage you'll have any questions for Mr. Spilsbury, sir?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Spilsbury.
Thanks, sir.
No. So my comments would just be on the planning matters, and I'm grateful for the agenda that you drew up, so we can use that as a basis. So if we adjourn, and I think probably I will stay on the Teams link and just blank out my microphone and camera, just so that as I'm in, I don't want to not get back in. So we'll resume at 10:30. We'll talk about timescales for the revised legal agreement, and also I'm quite happy to put timescales on conditions, because they don't have to be finalised today either. So we'll talk about timescales, where we are. We'll go through the conditions. I also have to go through all other aspects, as you know, in terms of legal agreements, in terms of the SIL tests anyway. So we'll do all that, and then if necessary, we'll have a coffee break at the end of that, but we'll then do the round table on planning matters at 11:30, and then after that, closings.
Thank you. That works for us. Thank you, sir.
And for us, thank you, sir.
Okay, so we'll black out our cameras and microphones till 10:30. Okay,
Thanks,
so
sir.
the inquiry is adjourned till 10:30. Thank you. Okay, it's 10:30, so the inquiry is reconvened, and I can see both parties in camera, so I think everyone's still here. So thank you for statement of common ground, and I've been able to read and digest it properly. Mr. Garvey, just to confirm the purposes of procedures today, the appellants have now withdrawn their costs application.
Yes, sir, that's right. That's recorded at the statement of common ground at 1.7.
Yeah.
We can send an email to Pins if you want further confirmation as well, but I'll leave that to you, sir.
Yeah, don't worry this very minute or very hour, but sometime during the course of the day, that will be just helpful, just for the sake of the record keeping. That would be helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Of course, sir. We'll action that today first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just in terms to confirm the way forward in terms of today then. So we'll look at the legal agreement to start with, as it may change, and then conditions, and then we'll go to a round table at 11:30. We'll then have closings from both parties, and then I'll look towards formally closing the inquiry. So I'm presuming everyone's happy with that procedure.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Likewise, yes, thank you.
Okay, so just looking at the legal agreement, just a couple of points of clarification. So Mr. Garvey, the 75,000 contribution, that would be effectively added to Schedule 2, would it?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And can I just confirm, would it be subject to the index, retail price index, as other contributions are also included?
I don't believe so, sir. No, I think it would be £75,000 capped at that figure.
Okay, so can I just ask the council for a comment on that?
So we haven't discussed that, but I think the point being it's based on a viability appraisal at today's date as a notional date. So I think to keep it can be outside of the index link provision. I think that's
okay. Presumably the wording would make that clear, would it?
Yes, sir, we'll make sure that's the case.
Okay. And I'm presuming there'll be some kind of caveat that the money is spent somewhere in the National Park Authority area. Is that? I'll look to you, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, that's correct, sir. Yes, within the National Park as local planning authority.
Okay. All right. And that's so and just to reconfirm, as you said earlier, you've got schemes that you would be able to spend it on.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the trigger at the 15th market dwelling, so that would be written into the agreement. So that's explicit, Mr. Garvey.
Yes, sir, that's right, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Ferguson, you quite happy that that's both a reasonable trigger and also from the National Park Authority's point of view will be enforceable?
That's correct on both counts, sir, yes.
Okay, right. Well, I think in terms of the detail, that's literally all the comments that I had on the potential changes to the agreement. We'll move on to timescales in a minute, but I'll just check both parties whether anyone would like to elaborate any more on the potential wording or detailing of the agreement.
No, sir, just as I said earlier, one imagines a lot of it will be streamlined and a lot will come out.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson, you nothing more to add in terms of the potential wording, Mr. Klinsky?
No, I don't think we do, sir, unless there's anything further you wanted to ask about. But no, it's been through various iterations, but as Mr. Garvey says, it will, I think, be simplified considerably, because much of the complexity relates to the permutations of the additional housing that's coming out as a clause.
Okay, in that case then it's just to confirm sort of timescales, and I appreciate the logistics involved, so I don't want to be overly difficult in terms of timescales, because I know what it's like getting these documents agreed. Equally, I've got to put some sort of time constraints on it. Mr. Garvey, how long do you think it would take?
So, as a rough idea, what I was envisaging is we submit it to the planning inspectorate by the 2nd of June, which would be 2 weeks from today. That would give us 2 weeks to get it drafted, sent over to the authority. Any comments they have can be incorporated. We then send it to you. Then, sir, however long you want to provide comments, it doesn't sound like that you'd have much to say, sir, given it's going to reflect this discussion, but obviously you haven't seen it, so it's only fair to you that you have that chance. I mean, so it would depend on how long you would want for that, and then I'd suggest 2 weeks from whatever date you would suggest having the comments back to us. We will have it a signed version sent back to the authority and a copy sent to PINS. I don't know whether, sir, 2 weeks would be what would you envisaging, but it might be that we have to factor in Mr. Ferguson's leave.
Well, indeed, and yeah. Also, it's the actual physical mechanics, isn't it, of getting the agreement signed and to all parties. So yeah, I appreciate that. I would envisage that if I saw the revised draft document on the 2nd of June, that I'd respond within 72 hours. That would be my sort of timescales. I mean, I'm even willing to allow sort of up to 3 weeks really after that. Mr. Ferguson, how does that fit with your leave?
So can I just come in on?
Yes,
so the 2 weeks is fine in principle, but the reality is the second week is Mr. Ferguson's leave ends on the 2nd of June. So what I would suggest is, if we could, instead of the document being due to come to you on the 2nd of June, if we could delay that until the 7th of June, which is, I think, the Wednesday of the following week, because that will allow for 3 working days of Mr. Ferguson being back in the office. Yeah. And he, although somebody else would be able to help, I think it's fair that he's able to deal with anything that could arise. After that, after that, entirely in your hands, but very happy with whatever you were willing to commit to, and then whatever time the appellants need logistically to arrange for it to be executed, appreciating that there's going to be several signatures on their part that will need to be gathered, and obviously the authority will also need to have its deed attached to it as well.
Yeah, actually, that's one thing I was going to ask. I haven't had proof of title, Mr. Garvey, so if that, I do need to see that actually.
First, apologies that hasn't come through.
No, that's okay. That's all right. It often happens, so don't worry. But if I could ask for that to be sent, that is important. Yeah.
We'll send that by the 7th of June. So when we send through the
okay. Okay, thank you. Well, I will reserve the 8th of June for my diary. So I will commit that I will consider the legal agreement on the 8th of June, and I will respond by the 9th of June. So perhaps if I could ask for the finalised signed agreement by close of play on the 30th of June, Mr. Garvey.
Yes, that's absolutely fine, sir. Thank you for that.
So that gives you 3 weeks then after the draft submission and confirmation of the draft to get it round the various signatures.
And so I'd envisage the sealed copy will be with the authority, and we'd send a copy of that to planning inspector.
Okay. Well, we'll proceed on that basis then. Okay, so yeah, and proof of title as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll it won't happen today, but on Monday the case officer will just forward you an email just confirming all of those dates. So that's there as a sort of reminder. Okay, good. We'll have a quick look at conditions, and then maybe it's opportune after that for a coffee break, and then we'll resume at 11:30. So unusually I don't have too many comments on conditions, but just a few, because I'm afraid I'm a picky inspector. So condition 1, we've already discussed that that would be changed, Mr. Garvey, from 3 years to 2 years.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. And the condition 2, the 10-year plan would be part of that.
That's right, sir. Yes.
Okay. So it's probably worth if that could be inserted into the attached list, so I'm fully aware of the plan that I should be considering.
Yes, so after this session we have right now, my team are going to incorporate any comments that you have, and we'll send through a revised list of the conditions with these amendments through, including the 10-year plan.
Okay, that'd be very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Garvey. I'd appreciate that. And if Mr. Ferguson could see those, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Just in terms of the site levels, I can certainly understand why the conditions proposed. I wondered if the second half of the condition seems to be more dialogue wording, and the normal PINS approach is just to require submission and approval in writing and then end the condition there rather than the dialogue.
We're happy to have that second sentence removed, sir.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson, does that cause you any problems?
No problems, thank you, sir. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Slightly similar in terms of condition 12. I jumped forward, which is quite a good sign. Normally I'm far more picky, so all credit to both parties in terms of their judicious wording. In condition 12, we've got both a sort of dialogue and also a requirement, and I wondered if it was better to simplify it. So either the lighting is to a submitted scheme and approved, or that there's a stipulation on the lumens levels. So I don't know if either party wants to kick off in reaction to that.
I'm happy to jump in straight away.
Go. Carry on, Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure as you'll be aware that the National Park is an international designated dark night skies reserve, where we have quite detailed technical advice notes around lighting. I think it would be important, at least for the second sentence, to say that the scheme shall specify the type and location of all external lighting, as well as its management. I think that's really important for us from an authority. In terms of the all external, the third sentence, that is perhaps primarily focused towards lighting on the private house, on the houses themselves, rather than the public realm. So it gives us a little bit of flexibility in terms of not being overly prescriptive on individual households, but it does give nonetheless a sort of threshold on what we'd ordinarily expect on houses. So they just should be designed with downlighters and not exceed a specific luminosity, really.
So I think you're suggesting it is necessary because of the particular characteristics of the area.
That's correct, and it's not explicit on anything more than that, really. It's just that light should be downlighters to minimise upward light spill, and there's a luminosity that we would expect based on our guidance. So I think it should stay in there, sir.
Okay, all right. Mr. Garvey, any thoughts from your team?
Good morning, sir. This is David Murray Cox. No, we're perfectly content with the explanation that Mr. Ferguson's just given you. Okay, all right. We'll leave it there. Jumping forward then to 17, electric charging points. Now, my understanding, and I'm quite willing to be corrected on this, so I'm not being authoritative at all. I just wondered if it's coming in, isn't it, under the building regulations regime, which I thought was changing in June, but I could be wrong on that. So is it going to be superseded by the building regulations? Either party, please, whoever wants to go first.
Thank you, sir. I'll go first if I may. Yes, I too am aware that it's imminently about to be included in building regulations. What I don't have explicit knowledge on is whether building regs specify a kilowatt output for electric vehicle charging points. So 7 is generally the sort of standard, as I believe, output for domestic charges on households. I think it's useful to keep it in on the basis that the appellant knows what specification is needed, notwithstanding what building regs might say.
Okay, so your concern, Mr. Ferguson, is to make sure that it's got sufficient power to do the job?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Mr. Garvey and Mr. Murray Cox, any thoughts from you?
No, my only thought was that I thought it was later than June, sir.
Oh, right. I could be wrong. As I said, I'm not 100% on that. Okay, all right. Well, there is debates going on in the inspectorate at the moment on it, so we'll leave it at that. Okay. Last condition, number 19, and I'm sure all parties are aware that there has to be unusual circumstances to remove permitted development rights. So I need to ask if that's justified. So perhaps I'll start with Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, sir. I think what perhaps separates this scheme from others that have been before you is that we are in a national park, which is the first element, where there has been a lot of work between the appellants and us in terms of delivering what we would term a landscape-led approach, which is in our policies SD4 and SD5, and that is from everything from particular materials like the ironstone in the scheme through to boundaries, curbing, or boundaries in particular. Within a national park, we very much look for that higher standard of development. And once we've achieved that, is not for it to be watered down over time, given its internationally designated landscape. So I think that's our policy approach in the local plan, but also just by the very fact of being in a national park, I think gives us sufficient justification to require it.
Okay, Miss Mary Cox, Mr. Garvey, and your thoughts on that?
Again, we're understanding of Mr. Ferguson's position. We don't dispute the condition at all.
Okay, right, that's all my comments on conditions. Yeah, perhaps Mr. Garvey, if I can just take up the offer of any suggested amendments being corroborated between both parties.
Of course, and when we send that to PINS, we'll also send a line to say that the appellants are content with all of the prior to commencement conditions.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you. Right, that's literally all I had in terms of conditions. There's no need for that to be rushed out today, Mr. Garvey. You know, and within the next sort of week or so, that would be fine.
Thank you very much. So you'll have already seen received, at least planning inspectorates received the email withdrawing the cost application. So my team are working quite efficiently in the background, but that thank you, sir.
Okay. Right. So it could be a slightly long coffee break, but I think in terms of what I foresee the agenda, then at 11:30 we go to a round table. So unless anyone else has got anything to raise on conditions, legal agreement, or any other matter, we'll adjourn till 11:30. So Mr. Klinsky, Mr. Ferguson, anything to add at this stage?
Nothing, thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Garvey, anything to add?
Just when we come back, sir, my closing will refer to some of the things we might discuss during the roundtable session. We come back, so I might just need a moment just to get it physically emailed over to the planning inspectorate after the roundtable session.
Yeah, I was envisaging a short comfort break between the round table and closings in any event, Mr. Garvey. So yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate the constraints.
Thank you,
okay. Sir. So if we adjourn then till 11:30, when we'll commence the round table, and then we'll have a short break and then go on to closings. So I'm not going to leave the meeting. I shall just silence my camera and microphone on the assumption that shouldn't go wrong. Okay, thank you. Inquiries adjourned to 11:30.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's 11:30. I can see both parties in my camera, and I'm hoping everyone can still hear me.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, sir.
Okay, so we'll commence the round table on general planning matters, and I'm grateful for the agenda that's been circulated. I take it, Mr. Kalinsky, the National Park Authority are quite happy with that agenda as well. Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, yes, sir. We are. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Well, should we start with the principle of development then? So perhaps I'll start with the council in terms of the principle of development.
Thank you, sir. Yes, so the principle of development is established by policy SD 71 in the local plan, which allocates the site for residential development with a scheme of a range of 35 to 40 dwellings. Clearly, the scheme of 37 before you sits within that. There is also a range of criteria in that allocation policy on a variety of aspects and matters, which we as an authority are content that those criteria are met. So, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferguson, very succinct. Mr. Garvey, anything to add from your team?
Most of this session I'll be deferring to Mr. Murray Cox, so I'll leave him to pick
fine.
this point up.
Okay, Mr. Murray Cox.
Thank you, sir. Very little to add. I think the only other point or 2 points that I referred to in my proof are that the site is within the settlement boundary as a consequence of the allocation. And the other point being that there's no policy in the local plan which requires the retention of the existing use.
Okay, thank you for that. Apologies if I take long writing my notes. It's slightly harder in a digital world, so thank you. Moving on then to the relationship with Petersfield Road. Perhaps again, if I could start with the National Park Authority and Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, sir. So the relationship with Petersfield Road, we believe the scheme is acceptable in that regard on the basis that there was obviously an awareness that the site sits higher than the road, but as you will see on the site layout plan, the dwellings are set back from it by virtue of a slither of open space, as well as the perimeter road and some elements of smaller front gardens. The dwellings are also not of an excessive height. They're two-story in nature, with a variety of roofscapes, chimneys, and orientation of properties as well. So in some elements you have gables fronting the road. So overall, there is that variety in street scene for the scheme that fronts onto Petersfield Road. I think that's all I have to say at the moment.
Yeah. Well, would you call it? Is it fair to call it a fairly sort of informal layout and street scene? Is that a fair way of putting it?
That's correct, sir. There is no definitive building line, for instance. You have various setbacks between the properties, which adds again to the variation for the street scene.
Okay. I'll just come to Mr. Murray Cox for any comment. And I was also going to ask, actually, if we got a height of the existing polytunnels.
Mr. Ferguson has stolen most of my thunder about what I was going to say on this point already, but I'll just give you some figures if that helps your notes.
Yeah.
So the existing line of the line of the polytunnels against Petersfield Road, compared to that, the frontage of the dwellings in that part of the site is stepped back by between about 10 metres and 17 metres, and then even more as you move towards the point of the access.
So sorry, Miss Mary Cox, just to confirm, so the setback varies then?
It does indeed, yes.
A minimum of 10 metres, but in places it goes back to 17 metres.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I interrupted you. My apologies for that.
Don't worry, that's the reason for that, sir, is because the buildings themselves that are there on site now are not of a regular shape.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Sorry, you'll have to remind me what the other point was.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask whether it's possible to, if you don't have it now, whether it could be subsequently agreed, the height of the existing polytunnels.
So I thought this was going to come up, and we have we found the material that you probably need to look at. I believe it's Appendix 3 of the flood risk assessment. But what I might do is just ask my colleagues at the end of the table to confirm that. That includes the topographic survey of the site.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, if you want to get colleagues to have a look while we're proceeding,
yeah,
and then we don't need to interrupt the flow. So, or alternatively, Miss Mary Cox, if it's easier to agree with the National Park Authority over the next day or so, then by all means.
That's fine, sir. I'll just I'll give you some figures if that helps now.
Okay, yeah.
So you'll need to look at an electronic copy unless your eyesight is exceptionally good, because the numbers are very small. But the ridge height of the majority of the greenhouses and glass houses and so on is between about 83 metres or 82.5 metres in some cases. That compares to a ground level of about 79.5. So they're about 3.5 metres tall in most cases.
Okay. Mr. Ferguson, in terms of estimating height, do you think that's a fair summary?
Yes, so from what we saw on site with your visit last week, in my knowledge, yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Longway, excuse the interruption. It's Oliver Rook for the Parish Council. I just wanted to ask on a procedural point, if you could clarify whether there are opportunities for members of the Parish Council or members of the public to speak during this roundtable discussion, or whether you prefer to hold that at the end or on each point, or whether there's just not at all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said earlier, Mr. Rook, normal convention is that this is a chance for the parties to comment on what local residents, third parties have said, and it's to help my understanding of their comments that have been put in. So that's not normal procedure, Mr. Rook. It's the problem is dealing with it logistically. I mean, if it's a new point that hasn't been raised, then I would ask both parties if they would be willing to consider it. Is it a new point, Mr. Rook, or?
Well, whilst you were talking about the frontage to Peterfield Road, my main point that I wanted to raise on that was about the junction, the access, which hopefully you were able to appreciate on your site visit, and does have some existing problems which could be relatively easily fixed by a minor redesign of the junction area.
Well, I am going to ask both parties to comment on the access in due course. So I will be asking them about the safety aspects and the work that's been done on that. So I will be coming to that. And I have actually seen the site 3 times now. So I've had a good look at it, but I will be coming to that in due course. So hopefully our discussions will clarify that. Well, is it a safety matter you were concerned about, or a
it is
matter?
really, yeah, safety matter, and the obvious addition of probably 60-70 vehicles to the traffic burden in that area, particularly at the peak times of school drop off and pick up time.
Okay, I will be specifically asking both parties, Mr. Rook, about that in about 4 or 5 items time. Okay, so thank you for that. Next item on the agenda is the relationship with Bakersfield, and I did see that on site. Mr. Ferguson, any comments from National Park's point of view?
Thank you, sir. I mean, the authority didn't refuse the application on design matters, but certainly as the former case officer for the application and in front of members with their own considerations, we felt that the relationship between the proposed dwellings and those on Bakersfield had an acceptable relationship. Having taken into consideration the proximity to the boundary, garden sizes and rear fenestration of those properties, and comparing that with the existing on Bakersfield.
Is it fair to ask whether you would like to estimate the separation distances, Mr. Ferguson? If I've caught you on the hop, then don't worry.
I don't have those to hand, sir, I'm afraid. Whether the appellants team may be able to help if they have the plans in front of them, but I could provide that at a later stage if you prefer.
So okay, I can talk you through the distances now, if that helps.
That'd be helpful, Mr. Murray Cox. Yes, thank you. To ask whether you would like to estimate the separation distances, Mr. Ferguson. If I caught you on the hop, then don't worry.
Quite significantly.
I don't have those to hand.
Towards those closer
whether the
Petersfield Road, the depth of gardens is around about 25 metres by my measurements.
Provide that at a later stage.
That rises up to 30 metres and more. The distances now, two properties in the middle.
Is it that Murray Cox? Yes. Fair to ask whether you would like to estimate the separation distances, Mr. Ferguson. If I caught you on the hop, then don't worry.
Quite significant.
I don't have those to hand.
Towards those closer, on average, it's about 15 Field Road. The depth of gardens is around about 25 metres by my measurement. So you have different. That rises up to 30 metres and more. The distances now, two properties in the middle.
Murray Cox, yes. And
50 metres.
You would like to estimate the separation distances,
down to
around about
if I caught you on the hop,
then don't worry.
Quite significant.
I don't have those to hand.
Mr. Ferguson, National Park Authority's standard on separation distance.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so back to back is 20 metres.
Okay, so in terms of facing windows, that's what you're saying, yeah.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. Perhaps we could move on to the housing mix. I know we briefly discussed this earlier in the week, but I'll give both parties a chance to elaborate on the proposed housing mix. So again, I'll just for the sake of consistency, I'll start with national.
The authority doesn't object to the proposed housing mix that's before you. I would say the scheme doesn't explicitly meet the the makeup in terms of what ST27 says, because there are some larger units over the 5% that the policy says. However, there are some circumstances around that. First off, the allocation policy under ST71 asks for a transition in density from Petersfield Road going out to the edges of developable area, and also, dare I say, and also to try and aid with viability as well, in terms of developing the site, that we were, amenable to the mix that was proposed, and also general design considerations in terms of the mix and layout of properties. So we were satisfied in regard to the mix.
So So in terms of the general design, what you're saying is it just makes it a little bit more less regimented and a bit more informal. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct. But also we have a perimeter block arrangement for the scheme, and it was an efficient way. The mix was also an efficient way of using the developable area we had with smaller dwellings in the middle, but also the mix allowed for perhaps arguably a greater provision of open space.
Mr. Murray-Cox, anything to add?
Nothing particularly, sir. Just for your reference, it's policy SD 27.2, and then under that point B, which refers to alternative mixes where there's site-specific considerations. And I would agree that the matters which Mr. Ferguson's just raised are those which we identified during the determination and discussion between the parties.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda I've got is car parking, but maybe we'll defer that to deal with that under a highways heading subsequently. So carrying on the sort of aesthetics, if you like, the views from the footpaths. Mr. Ferguson, how do you see the proposal then sitting in terms of the views?
Thank you, sir. Again, just in terms of those design considerations and how the dwellings are set back from the boundaries of the site and their general arrangement and street scenes and relationship between heights of the site versus the wider public footpaths, we're satisfied that there would not be a significant impact insofar as the wider character and appearance of the area when experienced and viewed from those footpaths. We don't think that there is a particular impact in regard to the amenity when on the footpaths as well, because of the experiential views that we have when walking them. So we're comfortable in terms of impact on views based on the design considerations that we've been discussing.
Would you say the most important view is from the footpath opposite the site, the other side of Petersfield Road? Is that a fair comment?
I mean, I think, yeah, that's one of the key ones, I think, because as you're walking towards Petersfield Road, the site is there. You obviously have the public footpath on the on the opposite end of the site that runs parallel to the scheme. And then there's some wider footpaths, that spread out from beyond that to the south, where I think you have perhaps arguably a wider appreciation of the site from some of those footpaths to the southeast, because you can see the site boundary as a whole and glass houses and the like. But as I've said, we're comfortable with the layout and the design of the houses and the arrangement to the extent that we're comfortable in terms of impact on views.
Okay, Ms. Murray-Cox, any thing to add from your point of view?
Just two very short points. The impact on views and footpaths is considered in the landscape and visual assessment that you have as part of the application material. Unless you particularly want to go there, I don't intend to.
No, that's fine. I can look at it. Yeah.
Indeed. The other point I was going to mention, I think this is probably relevant to footpath G10. Sorry, you might have seen from your site visit that the glass houses and greenhouses extend right down into the southern point of the site. And this is another measurement for your notes. The closest dwelling is pulled back from that corner of the site by about 50 metres, so much further away with intervening open space than the existing structures.
So sorry, just so I can make a note of that. So the nearest house as proposed, it would be circa 50 metres from the boundary.
Yeah, it's about 55 actually, sir.
Well, yeah, I have to go with sort of safety. So if I work
Yeah,
on
indeed.
a ballpark of at least 50.
Yeah. So that's
Okay.
from the southern point of the site.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so thank you for that. I did skip out citing of affordable homes, and this did come up earlier in the week in terms of discussion. I think it was raised by one of the local residents. Mr. Ferguson, any comments from National Park Authority's point of view?
No, so that the affordable housing 10-year plan is something that we did consider at the time of the application, and obviously from our discussions this morning is to be reinstated. I have no further comments to make on it.
Okay, Mr. Murray Cox, anything to add from the appellant's point of view?
I don't think so. They are they're in small clusters. There are 2 clusters, I believe. Just checking that's correct. And you'll see the locations on the plan.
Okay. Moving back to aesthetics, in terms of the settlement pattern, and there was a comment earlier in the week from one of the local residents about it being a linear settlement. Mr. Ferguson, National Park Authority's interpretation of settlement pattern in the proposal.
Thank you, sir. I would agree with third party insofar as it is a fairly linear settlement. That said, Liss Forest Nursery site, is an allocation in the local plan where there would be an exception of a greater development in depth by virtue of the range of 35 to 40 dwellings that the allocation policy outlines. And in terms of the background, the local plan evidence base goes through an analysis, contextual analysis of what might be considered acceptable on our allocations. So there was always generally, I think, an expectation that this scheme wouldn't necessarily be as linear as perhaps other elements of the settlement. Notwithstanding that, the perimeter block layout that's proposed is a very good way of trying not to overly suburbanise the scheme and try and have it relate as much as possible to the character and appearance of the area. Also, the frontage along Petersfield Road carries that linear arrangement when seeing the scheme from the road itself. Thank you, sir.
So that the in terms of when the principle was established in the local plan, the shape and form was looked at then?
It wasn't explicitly in terms of an actual layout itself. We didn't have that at that point, albeit I think the appellants had included a layout in their later representations on the local plan.
And did the presence of Bakersfield, which I think one of the parties described it, I think, as a donut or something, but albeit a projecting cul-de-sac, would that have been influencing the council's allocation approach?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Mr. Murray Cox, anything from the appellant's perception of the proposal on linearity?
Very little to add to that, sir. There are a couple of other instances in Gretham, which you might have seen on your travels around. There's obviously Bakersfield, and the degree of setback from the road is comparable, actually a little bit more in that case than this appeal scheme. But there's Todmore, which is on the northern side of Petersfield Road to the north, and then Wolfmere Lane as well. But Mr. Ferguson might correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's actually outside of the settlement boundary.
That's correct.
So there are other instances of where developments occurred at Gretham which extends back from the road.
Okay. Right, next item on the agenda, absence of a shop. Mr. Ferguson, again, National Park Authority's view on the absence of a shop.
Thank you, sir. I think the first thing to say is that the policy SD71, apologies, doesn't require a shop. I think that's the first thing to note. I think in terms of history, a shop was very originally proposed in the first application, previous to the one that's at appeal at the moment. And I think it's fair to say at that time, out of the 160 odd representations that we had, there were mixed opinions in terms of whether the provision of a shop was acceptable or not. And I think through general discussion, as I recall, with the parish council as well as with the appellants, it was determined that a better approach in a future application was to remove it.
Mr. Murray Cox.
Mr. Longyear, for the parish council, may I make comment on that?
Well, again, it's procedurally, it could be difficult for me to deal with that. Mr. Garvey,
I understand. My reason for wanting to make comment was I didn't feel Mr. Ferguson's comment was quite correct.
Well, okay, let me ask both parties if they are happy to consider a submission.
Thanks, sir.
We'd be happy for Mr. Rook to participate.
Okay, Mr. Garvey, are you happy as well, or?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Rook, is your opportunity.
Thank you, sir. It was mostly to make the comment that I think there were mixed opinions on the way that a shop was presented in the original plan, but I think that the reason for that was not because the village would not like a shop. The village would love a shop, but it would need to be a business that was set up in such a way that it had a realistic chance of succeeding. And the shop that we were presented with in the first iterations of the plan was simply a house with a sign that said local shop on the front of it. And the concern of a lot of residents, I think, was that that would simply be a business that would not succeed and would then become another housing unit.
Okay, thanks, Mr.
Thank
Rook.
you.
Mr. Ferguson, I'll give you a chance to add comment anything on that, and then Mr. Murray Cox, and Mr. Murray Cox can talk in general about that as well as responding. So Mr. Ferguson, anything to?
Thank you, sir. I mean, I think it's fair to say that in the original application, sorry, the first, as I would call it, original application, the inclusion of the shop was designed to in effect look like a house, essentially. But I think at that point, I think there was some uncertainty around the future viability of it, which I think we also took into consideration.
Okay, Miss Murray Cox.
You're on mute.
It was bound to happen at some point today, wasn't it? I'll start again.
No, that's fine. Please do. Yes.
I agree with Mr. Ferguson's commentary as to the appearance of the shop, and of course, there's no difference between us as to the requirements or otherwise of the allocation policy. Probably useful to touch on a couple of things relating to the evolution of the scheme and the representations. Mr. Ferguson, again, is absolutely correct that the scheme was amended actually as part of the first application to omit the shop. And the reason was as a consequence of the representations. My recollection, having looked at the representations this week, is that the parish council's representations, for example, suggested that a better solution would be a community-run initiative in a different location, and thought that the location of the shop within this site wouldn't work because it was set effectively off the road. There were three sets of representations from the parish. The first objected when the shop was included. The second and third didn't object when the shop was excluded. My clients took the representations from the parish council and others, as Mr. Ferguson referred to, as an indication that the shop should be excluded, and that's how we've got to where we are.
And any comments on the viability and prospects, Mr. Murray Cox, of the shop?
Nothing particularly to add beyond which Mr. Fergus has already added.
Sir, I've noticed Mrs. Dale Harris has had her hand up and has wished to comment as well. Just to make sure.
Okay, so Mrs. Dale Harris, can I just check both parties are quite happy, because this is not conventional territory. Most inspectors wouldn't go there. So let me just check. Mr. Garvey, are you happy to hear from Mrs. Dale Harris?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Ferguson, you're happy as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly on the shop issue, I think a bit like we've all seen the values change since COVID, the views of local people of how much they might want a shop changed when people worked from home. And I think a lot of people realised then how a shop would be very helpful as people were in the village with no shop. So I do believe that's one of the reasons that the view changed.
Okay.
That was what I'm saying.
Oh, so I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry. Is that okay?
I know you don't want, you've heard most of it all before, but anyway, the planting scheme was another thing. I'm a tree warden, but I think you've covered that in conditions, but planting things that will be maintained and the hedge at the front and all of that, but that's not the moment. I know you're doing other things, so I'll keep quiet. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Murray Cox, anything to add on the shop?
So just from our perspective, and I know you know this, but just to respond to the point, there's no expectation in planning in this situation that you need to consider whether a better or different scheme is acceptable. The issue is the scheme before you acceptable? There's no expectation in the policy that there has to be a shop. The policy is permissive to a shop, but it's not a mandatory requirement for policy SD 71. So the proposal still accords with that allocation, absent a shop, and that is the scheme before you. You don't have to consider some alternative, whether a better scheme could be available.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson, nothing from your point of view to add?
No, nothing from me, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right, next item on the agenda is heritage, and there's obviously a setting for the asset which is opposite. Mr. Ferguson, you did hear from the occupier earlier this week. Anything to sort of elaborate on the setting of the heritage asset?
Thank you, sir. Only to say that it was considered at the time of the application and is, I think I can recall it, the assessment of setting is referred to in the committee report at the time, which details that the authority didn't raise an objection in that regard. But that's all I think I have to say. Thank you.
I mean, you did hear earlier this week about the wall and the ironstone wall round it, I think from several of the local people. Would that have been considered by the Park Authority? Not just the dwelling itself, but the boundary wall?
So certainly we were cognizant of the fact that the site obviously had its own merits and characteristics, and indeed was close to the conservation area as well. But in terms of the wall specifically, given some of the design considerations we've talked about in terms of the setback nature of the scheme, we didn't feel that there was any particular impact in terms of the preserving the special character or historic interest of that particular property.
So you also looked at it from a sort of before and after perspective. Is that what you're saying?
So yes, I mean, as case obviously for the application, I can recall on numerous site visits, looking at the scheme from both sides of Petersfield Road, and certainly had an awareness of the heritage status of properties opposite, and that did inform my overall considerations in regard to the design matters of the scheme.
Miss Mary Cox, anything to add?
Just very briefly, you have a heritage desk-based assessment as part of the appeal papers. Deal farmhouse and associated walls are considered within section 5 of that document.
Okay, so highway arrangements, I mean, that splits into two aspects. There's the access and there's also parking. And you heard earlier in the week comments about parking pressures and particularly school drop-off. Perhaps we'll subdivide that a bit. Perhaps if we start with safety aspects of vehicular access, and I'm aware a transport statement was submitted with the application. Mr. Ferguson, and starting with the access and safety, anything from the National Park Authority's perspective on that?
Thank you, sir. I think the first thing to say is that the Highways Authority did not raise an objection at the time of the application. The second thing is that the allocation policy SD 71 has a criteria that outlines that the existing access point and the access shall be retained as existing. So there had been an assessment at the time of devising the policy of highway safety matters.
Okay, so and your I presume it's consultant from the Highways Authority would have looked at the transport statement that was submitted.
That's correct. So I haven't got their actual consultation response in front of me, but I think that's part of their typical assessment on schemes to look at.
And the visit, I think that plots of visibility, doesn't it, from the proposed access?
Access. Yes, I believe I haven't got it in front of me, sir, but yes, that's part of the normal assessment in terms of the appropriate visibility displays. Would be part of the County Council considerations as the Highways Authority, and they haven't raised an objection.
Perhaps Miss Mary Cox, I don't know if you want to comment a bit more on the transport statement and how that was put together.
Yeah, so the transport statement you've referred to as well was informed by a road safety audit, which considered the nature and location of the access. The auditors made recommendations, which included the provision of a crossing point with associated tactile paving and so on. And if you were to look at the drawing, which I believe is Appendix L of that document, you will see that the crossing point is included. The visibility displays are also considered in the transport statement. 6.2, paragraph 6.2, that is, of that document, for example, acknowledges the change in level. So the visibility displays considered in that document have regard to both the horizontal and the vertical arrangement of Petersfield Road and the vis displays there.
And it's 30 miles an hour, isn't it, from either side?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of parking and school pressures, Mr. Ferguson, I'll lead off with you in terms of that.
Thank you, sir. I mean, obviously, busy times of morning and afternoon, there are significant traffic for the school. But what I would say is that the site itself is situated directly next to the school, so any future families, young families, have the opportunity to walk their children to school, I think is first element. I think in terms of highways arrangements. Again, the Highways Authority, would have been aware of situations about pressures with parking, etc., and they haven't raised an objection. And there's sufficient parking within the scheme itself.
So the parking meets National Park Authority's accepted standards?
Yes, sir. So 93 car parking spaces proposed with 8 visitor spaces, which equates to a minimum of 2 off-street per dwelling. So we're satisfied. And that it's in accordance with our parking SPD to meet your specific question.
Mr. Murray-Cox, anything to add?
Nothing at all, sir.
No. Again, I think the transport. I'm right, aren't I? The transport statement does quantify what Mr. Ferguson has just said. I'm right on that, aren't I?
Yes, I think the actual requirements are 92 point something spaces, but obviously you can't do that.
Okay, the next item I've got is flood risk and drainage. And again, this was mentioned earlier this week, I think in relation to Bakersfield, and because I think I'm right in saying there's a difference in levels on there. So perhaps we'll start again with Mr. Ferguson and the flood risk and drainage.
Thank you, sir. I mean, as a matter of course, as case officers, we are aware of needing to have satisfactory surface water drainage in schemes, so to attempt to not impact on neighbouring properties or exacerbate any pre-existing conditions, or even improve them as best we can. I think the main point for me is that we consulted the East Hampshire District Drainage Engineer. We also consulted Hampshire County Council as the lead local flood authority. And I seem to recall, I think there was some back and forth during the application in terms of clarification of information between the appellant and those consultees. And ultimately it was reported to members of our planning committee that no objection subject to conditions was the view of those particular consultees.
Ms. Murray-Cox, anything to add on the specifics?
Just a reference, really. So there's material with the application in the plans which shows the extent of hard standing within the site. It's currently around about 1.27 hectares of the site is covered in some sort of hard standing. That reduces quite substantially with the proposed development, including along the edge of Bakersfield Road, to 0.86 hectares. But yeah, just to reinforce Mr. Ferguson's point, that there were no technical objections, and drainage was a matter which was the subject of some lengthy debate between the parties.
Okay, we've already mentioned dark skies this morning. Ms. Ferguson, would you like to elaborate on that?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, as I said earlier, the National Park is an international dark night skies reserve, and we look at external lighting in future schemes very carefully. And in this case, we are in a particular rural area as opposed to on the edge of a town such as Petersfield. I think the condition that we discussed this morning is satisfactory in terms of achieving a future acceptable scheme.
Okay, Ms. Murray-Cox, anything to add from the appellant's point of view?
Again, only briefly, there's a lighting impact assessment with the application material. My understanding is that shows the site as being outside of what's called the core dark skies area. Mr. Ferguson might be able to confirm that's correct. And the impact of the scheme is considered in that document.
Ms. Ferguson, you've been mentioned, so would you like to respond?
From my own knowledge, yes, I think it's outside of the main core area of the Dark Night Skies Reserve, yes.
Right, I've got sustainable design and construction. That was mentioned I think in cross-examination or examination earlier this week in terms of viability. But I wondered if you'd like to comment, Mr. Ferguson, on sustainable design and construction.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to draw your attention to the condition 9 to do with the sustainable construction matters. That condition is quite well detailed and articulated in terms of achieving 39% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions against the 2013 and current Part L building regulations, and that would be achieved through a combination of fabric and renewable energy technologies, whether it's solar panels or air source heat pumps and the like. So that condition satisfactorily covers us looking at that in more detail at a later stage, and that deals with water efficiency measures as well. I'd also draw your attention to condition 17, which relates to electric vehicle charging points as well, and so that condition secures that provision, which improves the sustainability overall and future-proofs the scheme.
So that's put forward, whether you would consider that as part of the planning benefits, then the merits of the case.
Yeah, I mean, planning policy SD48 is the key one in the local plan, which addresses some of those measures that are carried forward into the condition. There is also the sustainable construction SPD. I think overall, in terms of those policy requirements, the scheme meets those.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mary Cox, anything to add from Mr. Ferguson's comments?
No, so we achieved the 39% that's required by virtue of the SPD, I think. We've also got the inclusion of the green roofs as well, but no, nothing particularly to add.
The green roofs on the carports?
That's correct, yes.
May I make a point in relation to the electric vehicle charging points, Mr. Lockyer?
Is that Mr. Rook?
It is, yes, sorry.
Yeah, it's unconventional. So I firstly need to check that both parties are happy with that, Mr. Rook.
Sure.
Mr. Garvey, are you happy for Mr. Rook to make a comment about the vehicle charging?
Yes, thank you, sir, for asking.
Mr. Ferguson, are you similarly happy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It was first of all to thank the developer for including that. It's very much appreciated. It's exactly the sort of thing that the Gretton Parish Council were hoping to see. Just wanted to make the point that there's a very big difference between a publicly available charger and a charger that's connected to a dwelling's individual electricity supply. Publicly available chargers can be as much as 10 times as expensive to run as one that's connected to a tariff that you have directly with a supplier. So I'd love to see, for the benefit of future residents of the development, a provision that they are actually connected to their electricity suppliers so that they can negotiate preferential tariffs for EV charging. Thank you.
So sorry, just you're promoting the use of domestic charging because of the cost of, should we say, commercial charging?
Yes, that's broadly correct. Yeah, I think it's very important that the EV chargers on the site are directly connected to the individual properties' electricity meters, so they've got the power to get cheap charging.
Yeah, I think I understand. Okay,
Thank you.
I think that's the intention. Mr. Ferguson, just give you the chance to comment.
The only thing I would say is they're chargers that would be for the individual residents to use and connected to their systems, I'm sure. Nothing further than that.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Garvey, Mr. Murray Cox, anything to add?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I did have on my agenda whether or not we need to consider compliance with the development plan as a whole, but I think the statement of common ground has dealt with that this morning. I'll just give you a final chance to comment, elaborate on that. So, Mr. Ferguson, I think there's some very intricate wording in the statement of common ground at paragraph 1.6, which refers to the very specific circumstances of this case. So with that as a substantial caveat, would you then consider the proposal does comply?
So can I take that?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. So I think the very short answer is yes. Mr. Ferguson deals with this in his proof of evidence, and the point that's at that stage weighed against the scheme was what we were contending as the lost opportunity in terms of the under-delivery of affordable housing, and it was that conflict in the analysis at that stage with ST28 that was the foundation of the concern that it wouldn't comply with the development plan overall. Other elements were accepted to be benefits that were consistent with the allocation. The statement of common ground removes that difficulty from the analysis because we accept that it complies with ST28 in the exceptional circumstances and with the viability. So with that problem removed, it straightforwardly is in accordance with the development plan as a whole.
Right, so with that caveat, then...
Yeah, and it's no longer a caveat. Yes, it's no longer, it's a historical caveat, effectively. So it's not a current caveat given the position in the statement of common ground.
Okay, all right. Mr. Garvey, Mr. Murray-Cox, anything from your point of view?
So we obviously agree it does accord with the development plan as a whole. I'll address that more in my closing submissions, just to give you all the policy points. But in summary, yes, so that's the common ground.
Okay, that's all that I was aware of in terms of a general agenda on general planning matters. So I don't know if either party wants to say any more on the general planning overview or anything.
Nothing from me, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Garvey, anything to add from the appellant's point of view? Mr. Murray-Cox?
No, sir, thank you.
No. Okay.
Would you be prepared to take one last point from myself, Mr. Longmere?
I will, Mr. Rook, but I just need. I'm sorry, this is sounding.
I completely understand.
It's just unconventional. Most other inspectors probably wouldn't go there, but I just need to check with both parties. Can I ask what it's about?
It's about the frontage onto Peterfield Road.
Okay, let me check with both parties because I will also need to give them an opportunity to respond.
Understand.
Mr. Garvey, are you happy, somewhat unconventionally, to consider Mr. Rook's comments?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm taking it that this will be the comment. Will respond, and that will be it, though.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And Mr. Ferguson, are you happy as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Rook, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. It's just about the access onto the Peterfield Road and the area of frontage, this open space here. Can you hopefully see the screen presentation I've got up at the moment?
I have. I've got that. Yeah, I've got
Fantastic.
a plan in front of me. I've got a plan in front of me as well. So yeah.
The parish council simply had a concern that the development feels somewhat insular, and that we would like to make it feel like it is somewhere that people from the whole village could go, and that make sure that the development itself feels like part of the village. And we felt that this piece of open space at the junction area, it could be a key part of that, and we'd had some discussion with the developer about this, and a bench had been suggested, which is all to the good. That's something that would be really good, but we did feel that the design could improve in this area to include some things like informal play equipment, whether that be some boulders or logs or something, because this is an area where the school children pass every day. It would be lovely to see something like that is just a bit more of a welcoming entrance into the development, and creates a bit more of a feel of a village centre, which is something that Gretham, as a very linear settlement, somewhat lacks. It gives a place-making opportunity that says to passing traffic, people live here, please don't drive through the village too fast. So it's one of the more important planning considerations that we have, and so I just wanted to try and take that opportunity to put that in front of yourself and the developer. Thank you.
So just so I can clarify, Mr. Rock, so you're just looking to see if the landscaping and detail of that open space could perhaps incorporate some wider village opportunities then in terms of sitting and play and planting.
Precisely, that would be very much appreciated, and hopefully a low-cost design alteration that would make it better for all villagers.
Yeah, I just hesitate the word alteration because I've only got one proposal in front of me and I can't seek to be changing that. So
I understand.
Yeah, so I'm not allowed to change things. I consider the merits of them. But you're asking for some extra provision within the shape and form of it.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let me go to National Park Authority first and Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, any comments from your point of view?
Thank you, sir. I don't have any objection to that provision being added. What I would suggest, sir, if you were minded to include that in your decision, I believe condition 10 with an added condition 10 deals with the hard and soft landscaping. I think there would be scope there to introduce an additional criteria that asks for those details to be agreed between the developer and the authority. So potentially a new criteria I think looking at the plan that Mr. Rook had up and obviously before you, it's quite indicative. You know, it shows the shape and form and some indicative planting, and certainly condition 10 seeks to deliver a more comprehensive and detailed landscape considerations for that area, and I think there'll be scope in that condition to try and accommodate improving the amenity in that area in terms of the soft play. That's all, I think. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Murray Cox, Mr. Garvey, your thoughts?
So we agree with everything Mr. Ferguson's just said. And as regards Mr. Rook's other comment about the parish council would like to see a contribution towards play equipment and whatnot. So there are site-specific requirements through the allocation. They have been complied with. There's no requirement for play equipment, and obviously, sir, that would have quite a bearing on the viability case because those play equipment are surprisingly expensive. So it's not something that is before you, and we say nor is it a requirement.
Okay, coming back to your first point in so leaving aside the play equipment, I think you started to agree with Mr. Ferguson. Is that right? Can you repeat that? Sorry. Understand your comment about the cost of play equipment. I just didn't quite understand your remark before that.
So we agree with Mr. Ferguson insofar as he indicates that condition 10, which is the hard and soft landscaping condition, gives the opportunity to factor in that the Mr. Rook's point about the interrelationship between the site and the street scene, which will be depending on the landscaping that will be part of discharging that condition. Okay,
so I think Mr. Ferguson was suggesting an extra criterion I is written in. Is that is that acceptable to the appellant's point of view as well?
Sorry, sir, we haven't picked that up in the room.
Well, let me get Mr. Ferguson to repeat it and what he means, and then you can consider it. How's that?
Thanks, sir. Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to clarify. I think the first thing I would say is, in terms of play equipment, I wouldn't be envisaging, sort of the plastic swings and different paraphernalia that you can see. I think just to clarify, we're talking. I think Mr. Rook was talking about the sort of soft natural play, so boulders, wooden pegs in the ground and different things for kids to climb on, essentially, rather than some of that more formal play equipment that we might ordinarily see in a recreation ground, perhaps. The point I originally made was that if you considered that that was appropriate, so I think condition 10 would allow scope to include that. And one way of doing that would be to have a new criteria I that would seek the provision and detail on how that open space might be laid out with some soft play features. But it was nothing more than that. It was just identifying that if you were minded and open to that approach that Mr. Rook has suggested, I think condition 10 would be that mechanism to introduce it.
Okay, I think the appellants were slightly concerned about the cost implications of play. Can I go back to Mr. Rook? I think, Mr. Rook, you were quite interested in a bench, weren't you?
Yeah, well, a bench has previously been mentioned, and just to clarify, Mr. Ferguson's interpretation is quite correct. I'm not asking for a playground in that location. I don't actually think that'd be appropriate. But the school children walk up and down past that every day, and there would be a lovely opportunity for, as Mr. Ferguson describes, things like natural boulders, logs, just things that the children can amuse themselves on as they pass, and that offer a more openness from the development into the rest of the village.
Okay. And Anna Davis has got a hand up. Is that related to this specific point, or is it another point? I'd rather keep to this point unless you want to elaborate on it.
It's related to an access to the footpath, so it's not the main access.
Yeah, can I come back to that in a minute? It's just one thing at a time. Mr. Garvey, Mr. Murray Cox, your thoughts on this?
So in principle, I think we could agree to an amendment to condition 10, but could we just understand from Mr. Ferguson, I don't know whether he needs a moment to draft something or whether he's got something in mind now, so we know.
Well, I think in fairness to Mr. Ferguson, he's probably being put on the spot. So yeah. I think this maybe if I left it with both parties to consider some additional wording to condition 10.
Of course, sir.
Is that okay, Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you, sir. I would just like to clarify, in terms of my suggestion there with condition 10, I was coming at from a neutral position in terms of, advising you that
of course, yes,
open to you should you decide to go down that
yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. Perhaps I could leave that with both parties then.
Thank
you. So we're content with that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Right, Mrs. Dale Harris. Sorry, you wanted to make another point, I think.
If I may, so I do realise,
yeah.
I appreciate it's not conventional, but forgive me with two things. Forgive me if I've missed it, but I think there was an original suggestion that there would be a link from the site to the footpath G10, and I'm not clear whether that's been established. And the second part of my suggestion is that if you live in one of those houses and want to go for a pint at the pub, you have to go all the way up to the main access and back down the road. Is there a mechanism for requesting an access, a pedestrian access in the northwest corner? There's a lovely little bit of grass. You could have a picket gate and a little bit of footpath, but that may be out of order now. I don't know. I'm just wanted to try it because I think it would make such a difference to integrating the site with the village.
Well, let me put that to both parties. I think probably I'll start with the appellants this time. Mr. Murray Cox.
Thank you, sir. Taking the connection to G10 first, I think that is shown on the layout plans. That provision is made within the scheme. In terms of the other connection, Mrs. Dalehouse, you said northwest. Did you mean northeast?
I think probably you did mean northeast, didn't you?
I meant northwest. I meant the corner of the site nearest to the entrance to Bakersfield.
I think that's probably northeast, actually. Is that right, Mr. Murray
Okay,
Cox?
but it's on the slight angle.
Yeah.
The corner where the affordable housing is, which is so Bakersfield and Petersfield Road.
Yeah. So nearest Bakersfield,
nearest Bakersfield, but also on the Petersfield Road.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask Mr. Murray Cox to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's exactly the part of the site I thought you were referring to.
Thank you.
And I've got direct experience of that because I went there myself on Monday evening. It's not shown on the scheme, and there's quite a number of trees, there's the hedgerow, and there's quite some changes in levels. So we don't know what it would involve, but my view on it would be it's a handful of dwellings at that end of the site. It's not a particularly long site, it's not a particularly long walk, and there's no policy requirement that it be provided. There's no objection from the National Park to its submission either.
One thing that does occur to me, and I don't know if Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Murray Cox, in terms of this, is if it was a formal path, there's various safety implications, particularly if it's adopted. And I think I'm right in saying if it's an adopted path, it would have to be DDA compliant. Am I right on that?
That's my expectation, sir.
So we then get up into gradients, don't we, and handrails and such like.
We would do.
And so I'm a little bit worried about the implications of that if it was formal. I mean, is the intention to have an open boundary, or is it it's not fenced there, is it? Or
no, it's not fenced there currently or on the plan, sir.
Okay.
But the other point to bear in...
Sorry, go on. No, go on. I interrupted you. My apologies.
Sorry, no, thank you, sir. The other point to bear in mind would be the root protection areas of the trees as well, of course.
Oh, yes. So is there a couple of oaks on the frontage, if I remember rightly? I think
there's some beech trees and...
Oh, the beech, right.
Yes,
okay.
yes. I think there would be space to come through. I mean, some of the youth go through there anyway.
Let me give the National Park Authority a chance to comment. Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything further to comment around the DDA compliance or gradients and handrails that have already been discussed. I wouldn't disagree with that. The only thing I would highlight is the permissive path at the opposite end of the site is secured in the section 106.
Okay. Well, let me leave that to the parties to come to a view on and let me know. So leave it at that. Right, that's all that was on my agenda. Mr. Klinsky, anything to Mr. Ferguson, anything to add from National Park Authority?
No, thank you, sir.
No. Mr. Murray Cox, Mr. Garvey, anything to add in terms of the round table?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, right, well, that concludes that session. So the only thing left then is closing and for me to formally close. I'm conscious of the time. What would both parties prefer? Would you like a break now or carry on or what? Mr. Klinsky, let me start with National Park Authority.
Well, I'll defer to Mr. Garvey's preferences because I think he's probably got slightly more to do for his closing. I would be happy to have a break if it helps. My closing will be much shorter than you would otherwise be used to. So I would be happy to deliver that at your convenience, whether that's now or after a short lunch break, but I will fit in around what Mr. Garvey prefers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garvey, what's your preference?
So if we said closings at 2 o'clock, that would give time for me to finalise it and get it circulated with my team and to the planning inspector, and also people can have time for people to grab a sandwich and whatnot.
I'm quite happy with that. I take it National Park Authority, Mr. Klinsky, you're quite happy with that?
That's perfectly fine, and yes, I think that's fine. I'm happy to take that course.
Okay, right, well, we'll formally adjourn till 2 o'clock then for closings. So that will start with the National Park Authority and then the final closing with the appellant. So thank you all. We'll resume at 2 o'clock then.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 o'clock, and it looks as if everyone is here. So we'll move to closings. I actually haven't had any emails yet, but that's partly possibly because the case officer isn't in the office today. But nonetheless, I am quite happy and capable of digesting and following it all of the closings without having a written copy in front of me.
Thank you, sir. Ours was sent about 10 minutes ago, I think. So apologies if it hasn't reached you, but it is in the system. So
that's fine as long as it's in the system. In some ways, it forces me to concentrate better if I don't have it in writing in front of me. Yeah, so I'm quite happy to proceed on this basis.
Fine, thank you very much, sir.
Just before Mr. Klinsky, Casey starts, sir, can I just tell you what we've sent through?
Please.
So when they come through, we've sent through 4 emails. The first I indicated was the email withdrawing the cost application formally.
Yeah, I've had that already. Yeah.
The next one we've sent through the title documents.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yep.
We've sent through my closing submissions and an accompanying legal judgment, which just deals with the legal judgments dealing with the point about alternative uses. It's to do with the shop point that we heard about today.
Okay.
And then finally, so I indicated on day 1 that I'd do my best to assist with collating a list of all the inquiry documents.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes, I'm grateful for that. Yes.
We've sent that list through. Hopefully it's accurate.
Okay, thank you. I'm grateful for that assistance, Mr. Garvey. Thank you. As I said, I'm quite happy to proceed on the basis that I hear the closings, and then that forces me to listen intently and make appropriate notes. So thank you. Mr. Klinsky, perhaps you'd like to start for the National Park Authority.
Thank you very much, sir. The authority now accepts that its 2 reasons for refusal have been addressed satisfactorily. The contested issue at the inquiry was the level of affordable housing. It's common ground that the evidential position has moved on from what it was before the authority's planning committee in July 2022. To assess the current position, the parties have sensibly agreed a valuation date of the 31st of March 2023, as recorded in the viability statement of common ground. Prior to the start of the inquiry, many of the inputs had been agreed, as reflected in the 2 viability statements of common ground. Mr. Castle's proof of evidence and rebuttal analysed that there could be 5 units of additional affordable housing, albeit prioritising the number of units over the mix in respect of the additional affordable housing. And the key reference there is his proof of evidence at paragraph 11.4.4. As a result of sensitivity testing of the inputs and reflection on the further evidence that is now available, the authority now accepts that at the agreed valuation date of the 31st of March 2023, the appellant's offer of 8 shared ownership units of affordable housing, together with an in lieu financial contribution towards affordable housing of £75,000, is robust. The agreed position to this effect is set out in the final statement of common ground. The authority therefore accepts that it has been robustly demonstrated that there is no scope for further affordable housing above that which is to be secured in the revised Section 106 agreement. Accordingly, the exceptional circumstances contemplated by policy SD28 apply, and the appellant's offer is now consistent with the policy. The authority is supportive of the 2-year time limit being imposed on any planning permission, given the current exceptional economic circumstances. In this specific context, the authority accepts that you should give significant weight to the viability evidence. In the light of this acceptance, any debate between the appellants and the authority as to the meaning of policy SD28 and its relationship with paragraph 58 of the MPPF is academic. It also follows that the harm identified in paragraph 9.5 of Mr. Ferguson's proof of evidence no longer applies, and the authority accepts that the proposal accords with the allocation, policy SD71, and the development plan as a whole. Accordingly, the first reason for refusal has been overcome. On other issues, the authority accepts that the draft Section 106 agreement resolves the contributions issue, which formed the basis of reason for refusal 2. The authority does not oppose the scheme on other planning grounds. It accepts that its previous advice on design has been addressed in the appeal scheme, and that's analysed in detail in the committee report and was explained clearly by Mr. Ferguson in the roundtable session this morning. Accordingly, the authority now supports the grant of planning permission, subject to conditions, and the revised Section 106 agreement, reflecting the position set out in the final statement of common ground. So unless I can assist in any way, that is the authority's position in closing.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kalinsky. Mr. Garvey.
Thank you very much, sir. Just before I begin, everything I read is going to be the script. Just one point to make. My learned friend said that the points of dispute on policy and weight are academic. We agree with that. I addressed them in my closing for the sake of completeness, because obviously I need to make sure that I provide you with how the policies apply. But we're not specifically inviting you to make a specific determination on who was right on those previous interpretation points, because ultimately it's overtaken by the statement of common ground. So whilst I'm addressing you on them, I'm not asking you to make specific findings on who was right on those points.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. Also, just to let you know, I've now received both parties' closing submissions, so thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, help if you have mine then, sir. There are certain quotes that are there which I'm going to be taking as read because they're quotes from policies. That's helpful that you've got that. So I'll begin there, sir. So the main issue before this inquiry between the principal parties concerned what would be an acceptable level of affordable housing. There was roughly a day of evidence heard on this matter. Following that evidence, happily, the authority and appellant have been able to reach a compromise position, which ultimately both parties are satisfied with. Mr. Spilsbury maintains that the position he adopted in his evidence remains appropriate and robust in all respects. However, the appellant is pragmatic and ultimately wants to secure a deliverable planning permission whilst ensuring that they can maintain a workable relationship with the authority henceforth. I've just noticed Mr. Spilsbury, I've given him an extra L, sorry, sir, so I've misspelled his name. Accordingly, sir, you were invited to determine the appeal on the basis of the agreed position, wherein the parties are content that a scheme that secures 8 shared ownership affordable homes, plus an additional sum of £75,000, would accord with policy SD28 of the South Downs local plan. On the basis that you will be fashioned with a Section 106 agreement along these lines, the parties do not invite you to determine the previous points of dispute between the parties on the specific technical viability matters. These points are essentially rendered somewhat academic, given both parties have reached a resolved position. I address some points concerning the application and interpretation of policy below. The previous differences between the parties on these points have been rendered academic through the statement of common ground. Thus, the appellant is not necessarily inviting you to make any specific determination on the points below. Rather, they are simply addressed for the sake of completeness. In terms of compliance with policy SD28, part 2 of the policy says, and I'll take that as read, policy SD28 does not impose a blanket requirement for 50% affordable housing. Rather, if exceptionally it has been robustly shown that achieving 50% would be financially unviable, the policy can be complied with whilst allowing for a lower percentage of affordable housing. This is consistent with the authority's concession in a previous inquiry, wherein Inspector Norman recorded as follows, I'll take as read. Indeed, in that appeal, Inspector Norman found there to be compliance with policy SD28 with a reduced affordable housing of 16% per paragraph 50 of the decision. This also aligns with Inspector Kirby's approach to the policy in the Astley House appeal decision. In that appeal, whilst it was dismissed, this was owing to harm to a conservation area. On the question of viability, the appellant persuaded the inspector that 50% affordable housing would be unviable. The inspector was satisfied that allowing for lower than 50% affordable housing complied with the policy. I'll take as read. Accordingly, in principle, there is no inherent tension with the policy through reducing the quantum of affordable units. Turning to the question of exceptional circumstances, in my opening submissions, I made the point that the appellant does not need to demonstrate exceptional circumstances as an intermediary step prior to considering viability in order to comply with the policy. The text of policy SD28 suggests no such requirement. The policy is essentially saying that it will be the exception to the default position of 50% affordable housing, where it can robustly be shown that this would render a scheme as being unviable. It does not say that exceptional circumstances need to be demonstrated in order to consider viability. This is also consistent with the supporting text at paragraph 7.57, which says, I'll take as read, thus, robust viability evidence is an exceptional circumstance in and of itself. There is no requirement that the appellants demonstrate exceptional circumstances in order for viability to be considered. A robust case in viability is justification alone for providing less affordable units. This is consistent with the view of Inspector Norman, that should say in the East Med appeal decision, who said as follows. It is also consistent with Inspector Kirby, who said as follows in the Astley appeal decision. However, again, this interpretation point is somewhat academic, given that the authority accept that exceptional circumstances are made out in any event, as recorded within the further statement of common ground at paragraph 1.6. Policy SD28 also says that 75% of units will provide a rented affordable tenure. However, part 2 of the policy indicates that the quantum of affordable units is more important than this requirement. Paragraph 7.65 of the supporting text provides a cascade mechanism that indicates that where a scheme is shown to be unviable, the expectation is that there should be a reduction in the proportion of rented affordable tenure homes in favour of intermediate housing that best reflect local need. The proof of evidence from Mr. Stacey addresses the point that there is a need for shared ownership units, and the authority have accepted in the further viability statement of common ground that this aligns with the cascade mechanism. Accordingly, the parties agree that the proposal accords with the requirements of SD28 of the development plan. Turning to paragraph 58 of the MPPF, this says that the weight to be given to a viability assessment is a matter for the decision maker. It ought to be noted that this is not mirrored within policy SD28. Paragraph 7.63 of the plan says, taking as read, this is not referring to what weight should be given to a viability appraisal. It is referring to what weight should be afforded to conflict with policy SD28. However, as stated above, the proposal accords with policy 28. If a scheme has robustly been shown to be unviable, as far as the development plan is concerned, there is no further requirement that one needs to demonstrate that viability should be considered as a matter of weight. Thus, there would be compliance with policy SD28 regardless of paragraph 58 of the framework. Moreover, paragraph 11C of the framework indicates that permission should be granted where it accords with an up-to-date development plan, it being agreed in this appeal that the development plan is up to date. Thus, as I stated in opening, paragraph 58 of the framework is not particularly relevant to the section 38.6 test within the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act of 2004. However, again, this point is rendered academic, given that the parties agree that significant weight can be afforded to the viability appraisals at paragraph 1.6 of the further statement of common ground in any event. So, on the main issue has been resolved between the parties. The proposal accords with policy SD28, given that exceptionally, it has been robustly shown that the scheme would not be viable with a greater quantum of affordable units than 8 units plus the financial contribution. Significant weight can be given to the viability appraisals, demonstrating that this is the case. Turning to other matters, in terms of the principal development, policy SD71 of the local plan allocates the appeal site for the development of between 35 to 40 residential dwellings. The appellants seek planning permission for a quantum within this range at 37 dwellings. Accordingly, the proposal accords with the policy. The proposal does not amount to major development, as addressed within the committee report. Further, the site is within the settlement boundary and there is no policy in the plan that requires the retention of the existing use. In terms of impact on character and appearance and design, the design of the proposal was achieved through a lengthy period of dialogue of engagement with the authority. The application was submitted against the backdrop of a previous application, which was refused for design reasons. The authority were of the view that the proposal involved two consistent approaches in terms of house typologies. However, through this application appeal, these concerns were overcome, as noted in the committee report. As Mr. Ferguson indicated during the condition session, this is a landscape-led scheme. The proposal retains and protects the characteristic mature trees on the site's southwestern boundary. It established a landscape buffer to the rural edge, including the retention and enhancement of existing hedgerow and planting, and the establishment of semi-natural public open space, which comprises nearly 40% of the site as a whole. This assists with providing a transition from the site to the countryside beyond. Further, the development is offset from Petersfield Road to retain the existing hedgerow, whilst providing opportunities for additional planting. This also reflects the setbacks of adjacent development at Deal Farm, Hillview and Bakersfield, and maintains the setting to Deal Farmhouse. The retention of the vast majority of trees and hedgerows will assist with wayfinding, and it will facilitate an immediate integration of new development into the settlement. New planting of native species resulting in a net increase in trees and hedgerow across the site as a whole, which provides for ecological improvements and mitigation as required. The proposal will also deliver biodiversity net gain. In terms of the absence of a shop, part 1 of the policy says, and I'll take as read, policy permits a shop at the appeal site. However, it is not a requirement of the allocation. Indeed, the policy is permissive in this respect without being mandatory as agreed with the authority. The mandatory requirements of the policy are set out in part 2, which addresses the site-specific development requirements. This does not include the requirement for a shop. Members of the public might want a shop, but that is not a relevant material consideration. And in the Lyle Mainwaring, in the Secretary of State judgment, I quote from Mr. Justice Lindblom there, where he addressed the law and alternative use of a site. The key point is, he says that where an application proposal does not conflict with policy, which otherwise involves no planning harm and includes some enhancement, any alternative proposals would normally be irrelevant. And my paragraph 38, I say here the proposal accords with policy, does not involve material planning harms, and thus any alternative proposal, whether with a shop or otherwise, is irrelevant. In terms of heritage, the site is opposite a Grade 2 listed farmhouse and the conservation area. The proposal was supported by a heritage desk-based assessment, which considers the significance of these assets and does not identify adverse impacts. The officer report considered this point and similarly concluded that the proposal would not cause harm to their setting. Accordingly, there is no breach of either sections 66 or 72 of the Listed Building Act. In terms of highways, the proposal is supported by a transport assessment. Hampshire County Council, as the highway authority, considered the scheme and found that subject to the Section 106 agreement and planning conditions, they have no objection. The location of the site access is prescribed by the allocation through Section F of the policy, which says, and I'll take as read, members of the public have raised concerns with the proposal, albeit their concerns are anecdotal and unsubstantiated. There is no good reason to depart from the statutory consultee on this allocated site. In terms of appropriate assessment, the site is approximately 600 metres from the Wealden Heaths Phase 2 Special Protection Area. The SPA is comprised of 4 separate SSSI units, including Woolmer Forest Special Area of Conservation. As you indicate in your pre-case management conference note, sir, you will need to undertake a habitats regulation assessment owing to potential impacts upon the SPA and SAC. The authority have now submitted a shadow HOA, which concludes that subject to mitigation, there are no likely significant effects and adverse effects on integrity on the SPA. The shadow HOA explains what mitigation is relied upon. This is secured through the Section 106 obligation. So, sir, the appellants respectfully invite you to grant permission, subject to the terms within the addendum statement of common ground and the Section 106 agreement that will be provided in due course. So, unless I can assist you further, those are my closing submissions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garvey. Right, I think I'm moving towards closing then. If neither party's got anything else to say, mention, raise.
Just to thank you, sir, and to thank the authority for obviously hosting the inquiry.
Yeah, so thank you. Yes, I was going to say thank the authority for their hospitality on Tuesday and Wednesday in person, and also organising logistics for the digital format this morning. And I appreciate at short notice that wasn't easy to do. So so my thanks to the National Park Authority for that. And can I thank you for your acceptance this morning of local residents participating in our roundtable. That was very helpful, so thank you for that. And then can I finally thank you for your presentation, your cases. I will get a case officer to send you an email on Monday just to confirm I'm expecting conditions by Friday the 26th of May, the finalised draft legal agreement by Wednesday the 7th of June, and then the engrossed final document by Friday the 30th of June. So I will get an email to confirm that on Monday.
Thank you.
But,
I don't believe there was a specific deadline for conditions, but I presume so that's sometime next week. That would be.
Yeah, I was going to say Friday 26th, in other words, a week today, Mr. Garvey. How does that sound fine?
That's absolutely fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and Mr. Ferguson, is that fine with you?
Yes. Yes, thank you, sir. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll draw it to a close and thank you all for your participation. And I hereby close the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.